Hello. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Hello, hello. We have a picture of the day with a dragon plane. Maybe one day will change. We don't know. Possible. So I was just working on something, and I just want to test it. Basically, I wanted to have the character selection being done automatically when there is at least one character available, right? So basically, I want the game to click on the first one automatically, right? And it seems it's not doing it. Okay, why? Because I just added a piece of code. In theory, should do it, which is this one, right? Character selection list has changed. Character selection list has changed, right? So this one should be triggered. So it's not that one, the real place. Event list has changed. Let me see. In theory, this should be called I mean, I assume it's not. Yeah, it's called on the client, right? I mean, for sure, it's on the client. We are clearing up scroll bars. So let me see if we find it. Char select list. Char select list. Char select list has changed. On wrap. Unwrap character list, right? So is this character list that is actually getting updated and is actually replicated on the client. User widget. User widget. Yeah, so in theory is okay. I don't understand why. Because here we add the items to the character list, right? And then here. Unless that is not a WD character select item. Character select. No, I think it should be actually. WD character select. It seems that for whatever reason this part of the code is not working. Right? This thing is not doing what we want, pretty much. So I will do it earlier. Before this stop polling the server, which is less relevant now. I mean, it's still relevant, but... So I will do it here, and yeah, but I think I will print out something. I will print out like I would like to print the number of elements that we have. So character list. Character list. Scrolling character, right? Oh, wait a second. What? This is kind of weird. We are what? We are adding as a child only the button? Huh? What? You see that we are taking the button from the window and we are adding as a child only this button. I mean, that's a bit weird. That is very strange. So basically of this window, we are actually adding only this and not the actual canvas panel, right? Which I don't understand really. And by the way, I don't even understand why this must be. I don't think we even need a canvas panel there. Okay, I'm probably breaking stuff here, but this seems to be more reasonable, so that now our okay, let me try like this 1 second. I want to see what is going on. Okay, it did it now. You see that he automatically selected the first without me doing anything. Now we just have to understand if I click on character creation and then I do back, if it still kind of works, right? Let me maybe select the fifth one. Okay, now we broke that. Okay. Yeah, now we broke this because we don't have anymore the button as the... Okay, let me see. The highlight now is broken. Why the highlight is not inside of this? No? It's a bit weird. Usually we put the highlight inside the same widget, while here it seems that we probably placed it somewhere else. Or wait, maybe it's on the click. Reset the coloring of all entries. Yeah. Oh, yes, it's this. I mean, this is fine, but this should do get parent because is not the button parent, but is the widget parent. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the go back seems to be working okay. Now this I will with this fix it should be fine. Yeah, because also today someone got confused about the selection, so I'm just gonna fix it so that you don't have to click on the first character, but he automatically selects the first character for you. Yeah, yes, he's selecting it immediately. Now he arrives even a bit earlier than the level itself, but I think it's okay. And now if I select... Jesus. Why not? How it is not correct? Because it's assuming this is a button. Okay. Okay, I understand. Okay. Okay. Now it works again. So if I select like the 5th character, right, then I go character creation, and then I go back from character creation, I should still select again the first one, right? Okay, good. Good. Okay, it works. So now in theory, now I don't know what happens with a new account, right? With a new account, you create a character, you go to the character creation. Well, you enter the game, so the next time you will have one entry, and that entry will be the one selected. So I would say, yep, I think it's fixed. Was there maybe a bug report on this? Or not? Nah, this is still a problem anyway. This one is a problem, I know it, 100%. That is not fixed. Let's see if I do like select. I don't know. That is kind of weird. Okay, no, there is no. Okay, anyway, it's fixed. So we can go back to our dungeon stuff, right? So we were working on multi-dungeon, and I had a problem with the scale that I have to go back and understand. And understand why. So it's inside generate dungeon somewhere. It's not here, it is... no. I have to get it from, I think from here. No, before this. No, it's before this. Yes, I think he's here. I think I messed up something here. What is this breakpoint? Huh? Yeah, anyway. I think one of these parameters is wrong because we are getting a very weird resulting scale. It doesn't make any sense. So I will try to debug this, and is done. Yes, on the dungeon creation actually. I'm just waiting this thing to finish building and starting. It is building at the moment. Wow, it's compiling a lot. Ah, because I was doing some changes here. Okay. Yeah, I was in the middle of something. I was in the middle of improving the status command for dungeons. I think this is what we want, right? Okay, now it's compiled, so we can test it. Come on. I understand we are in debug mode, but please be a bit faster. Okay, thank you. Okay, so if we now generate a dungeon, we should see if there is actually an error or not. I think there is actually, so let's see. I will do dungeon window, right? We will just call dungeon 1 is fine, and all the rest is fine, right? So we just create, and now I want to see if the scale is wrong, because I think we got a problem with the scale. So that is correct, that is correct, this is correct, that is correct. Okay, this is wrong. Okay. So why the dungeon name? Okay, that is wrong. Why the dungeon name is actually 0? Ah, because I have the name at the back. And no, I need it at the front because there are mandatory parameters and optional ones, right? And we want all the mandatory to be together. So I think there is a mistake in the blueprint when we actually build up the string. Yeah. They originally wanted to have it at the end, but then I said, oh, okay. I think it's easy fix. Easy fix. Must be done in the editor. I think it should be an easy fix. Okay, so if we go here in the dungeon window, I think I didn't update, when I updated the logic, I didn't update dungeon create info. Ah, no, actually it is inside of here because, yeah, it is inside of here. Yeah, there it is. Info dungeon name. So this one should be after what? Should be after loot quality, yeah? should be after loot quality. Is it correct? Yes. Okay, so now in theory it should be fine. Okay, good. I think we can launch it normally. Without debug, it should be fine. Okay, so let's leave all default, I don't care. Okay, let me try. Okay, nice. So the dungeon seems to be okay now. Very good. Dungeon seems to be very good. Okay. Okay. So now, so basically now we have one dungeon like loaded. Let me see if dungeon status is still working. Ouch. Okay, dungeon status for whatever reason is messing things up. Yep. It actually crashed. Yeah. Ah, he actually crashed on the looting. That's interesting. Dungeon start. He crashed 957. Oh, wow. Ah, because probably, yeah, because probably this one was already wrong. Possible. Get dungeon procedural name, right? Why is it allowing me to call it without... Ah, okay. Because this one we didn't change it yet. No, in theory, okay, in theory we did... Yeah, I have to do this. I have to do this, right? Otherwise it crashes. Yeah, but still, I don't know why that lootable item was not set properly as lootable in the dungeon with the dungeon name, right? So that's kind of strange. So basically it crashed because this function returned an empty string, and then this one obviously crashed, right? Which, by the way, if you want to make it even safer, right, should be... we can do it like this, right? Because in reality, also that may return empty in theory, right? Right. But so it is even safer. But the problem I have is that for some reason that lootable furniture didn't get associated properly with the dungeon. Didn't get associated properly with the dungeon. Yeah, exactly. So somewhere here. So I think here we need to right. Exactly. Exactly. So this is why I was returning empty, right? So I have to be sure that I'm set because we will use that. No. We crashed here, right? Yes. Okay. At least now we are notifying the proper dungeon actor. Okay, fine. Yeah, we actually crashed on the loot, not on the status command. I don't need to start it debug mode. I think we can go normal. Let me just load up the other machine because I need to save a file. And now it is offline. At the moment it's offline, I don't know why. Let's take it down. Because yeah. Okay. Okay. I fixed that. There was something I had to fix. There was something I had to fix. There was one file that was not fully updated from the other machine to this machine, so so fine. Now we are good. Because that machine went down, I think, for a Windows update, and yeah, the result is that it didn't. Okay, so let's try again. Now I think that we are in a better position. So I will generate my dungeon, right? Okay, here I am inside a dungeon. Fantastic. And then I want to do my dungeon status. There are one created. Okay, there are one created is not the best, but there are GG, there are one created. Where is it? I don't find it. I'll see. Anyway, it's under status, right? It's under dungeon status. There are exactly dungeons. Okay, there are dungeons created. Okay, that's a bit better. And then I think we should list them by name, no? I think we should list them by name. So I think here we can have Actor Dungeon, okay. Line Terminator, fine. I think we can have the name, difficulty, quality. Yeah. I think we should have the dungeon name directly there. Right. Right. No, I mean, not from int. No, definitely not from int. So we get the name, yes. We print it at the beginning. And then we do the line termination. Then we have all of this, and we have the player in dungeons. Then the next one is another line and GG, right? So which I think is good. So now if we generate, what's going on? If we generate another dungeon, right? I don't know why sometimes my character is doing that, but at the moment I'm not going to care. If we generate another dungeon, obviously if I generate with the same name, it should give me an error, right? Do you think it will? If I generate another dungeon 1, if I generate another dungeon 1, what happens? This does not care. That seems not caring. Let me see if this cares about it. I don't know, we can just try. In theory, we will not go through this, right? We will go through this. And then probably this one will tell you they already exist. Yeah, let me try. Yeah, dungeon is already generated. Dungeon is already generated, delete it first. Yeah, I think that's good. That's good. But if I do it dungeon number 2, right, and I change slightly the parameters here, right, dungeon number 2, and I create it, the dungeon is now generated. So in theory now we have 2 dungeons. Do you think that's real or not? We have another dungeon. Let me just set the time to something we can see. So yeah, we have a dungeon 1 here generated, and we have, I don't know why we have that stuff floating around like that, but we have a dungeon 1 generated, and then we have, which is this one, which actually goes down 1 level, and then we have another dungeon generated up there, right? So actually I would say it worked, right? So it generated 2 separate dungeons at about 50 meters, one on top of each other. I mean, yeah, one on top of each other. And so it seems to be working. This is very good. Okay, so now if I do dungeon status, I should see the 2 dungeons. Yeah. Ha! The only problem is the players in dungeon, because players in dungeons is only considering the yeah, that's kind of a bit hard to determine, because we don't know in which dungeon we are, at least with that simple function, because that function is just looking at the horizontal coordinates of this sector and is not caring about anything else. So I see. But now we have 2 dungeons and not 1, right? We have that guy and we have this one, right? They should all be, both of them should all be functional and working as expected. Now I can try the delete, but I assume that the delete is not working yet, because the delete is at the moment the delete is still done the old way, where we only had 1 dungeon, right? So you see that it's just checking this. Now it's checking it by name, actually, because here we get it by name. Yep, actually, you know what? It may already work. I would add here the name of the dungeon, which I think is a good idea, so that we have, right, so that we have a bit of more information on the right. And this will be, and this will be, and this will be whatever parameter we yeah, the data dungeon name. Hello, Hula. We are working on this dungeon stuff and it seems to be working okay, so it's kind of good. Trying to expand the possibilities to have 2 dungeons instead of 1. Well, 2. I mean, to have as many as we want. No. But I tell you that I think if we give him the right name, so dungeon 1 and dungeon 2. So let's say that we want to delete dungeon 1, right? Dungeon 1 is this blue guy, this blue dungeon. So if we say dungeon delete, but wait a second, dungeon delete, I don't know, let me try, but I'm not sure that it will work. Dungeon delete dungeon 1, right? Oh wow, it did it actually. He's not removing the loot. I don't know why, but you see that he didn't remove the loot. So there is something that we have to fix because he's keeping the... I mean, these two are two spawnable chests. And these were not deleted. Now I can pick them up and I can try to generate dungeon 1 again. Ah! Wait a second, there is a big issue here, because if I generate it now, if I generate again dungeon 1, it will actually not put it in this position, but it will put it one level up. Because it doesn't know. That is something that I really don't like, because we are going to then end up with that is not very good, huh? That is not very good. Let me see. Dungeon location. Dungeon location is doing what? Position depends on how many dungeons we have already. Oh fuck. No, this will never work. This will never work, because now it's saying, oh, I only have one dungeon created. And so it will try to put it at the second. Yep. No, that's not good. The position should not be based on the number of dungeons, right? Because I have to think about this. Actually, I have to think about this, because so we have some vertical space, right? In the vertical space, we say, okay, we start from this point, right? We start from this point, and the dungeon is generated here, right? And this one is associated to a name. For example, is associated to dungeon 1, right? And then we create another one, and in this case, what the code is doing is just adding 50 meters, right? Is adding 50 meters. Anyway, he's adding 50 meters on top of this one, right? And then he creates another dungeon, and he calls it, for example, I mean, the name is completely random. We can choose whatever name, right? So we can say like Dungeon Impossible, right? So whatever, we can name it as we want. And then, you know, but the way he decides the position of the dungeon is based on the number of dungeons that we have, right? Which is always okay if you never delete one. But if you delete a dungeon, just I just did, right? Then the situation becomes like this. And so he's saying, oh, there is only one dungeon, and so the next one I'm going to create it here. And so he will try to generate it again in the same position, right? Which is really not good. Which is really not good. So how do we solve this? Hello, Marcel. So how do we solve this problem? Is this one the one that I just picked up, or what? Because actually they may respawn if they think that they are not part of a dungeon, huh? Because all the chests, I mean, not all, but This type of chest usually respawns, right? But they should not if the dungeon is deleted. So I see two problems, that the thing is remaining and probably is even respawning. But anyway, let me try to regenerate a new dungeon. No, but if I generate a new dungeon now, it will try to put it here. Unless I delete dungeon 2 first. So if I delete dungeon 2... Ah, dungeon does not exist. Why? Why? Uh-oh, the delete is not deleting. I mean, the delete is not deleting from our generated dungeon array, I guess. Because... Actor dungeon, delete dungeon. I think at the end here, I think this dungeon ready is not needed anymore, but I think here we need, when we delete the dungeon, here we need to delete it from the calling function, right? Which is our spawn, because in spawn manager, I think we have this dungeon thingy. What? Do we have any spawn manager? I'm confused a second. I'm a bit confused by... So admin manager, right? So when we created, we generate the dungeon, right? We generate the dungeon, and we add the dungeon to what? I think there was a function called... oh my god. Huh? Wait a second. Yeah, it's in spawn manager where I don't find... because it's probably in the H file. Because it's all in the H file, it's not in the CPP, that's why. Yeah, there is this dungeon start object, exactly. So we should be sure that we remove from that. Is this thing private or what? This thing is protected. Well, it should be private probably, but... yeah, I think I will add, because like we have the set dungeon start object, we should also have the remove. Right? So we should also have the remove. right? And the remove should be what? Just this? Okay. So if it's just that, then we do we want to do it when we do the delete, the delete inside the delete function, or do we want to do it sort of basically here, or do we want to do it inside spawn manager? Because I think anyway we are calling delete only once. I don't think we are calling. So it is basically remove the 3D actors from the world, and it is remove the dungeon from the managed dungeon list, right? Which, by the way, I think we should have a weak pointer, because if this disappears for whatever reason, no, it's kind of scary, right? If we, I mean, if we keep like a hanging, pointer, but you see, this thing is not the greatest idea. There is an actor, so I think it should be a T-weak object pointer. I think it's better. I think it's safer. I think it's better. I think we don't mess up in case. Now the problem will be it seems he didn't respawn, by the way, which is good. But still, I think he didn't delete them properly. I mean, I can pick them all up, but then my inventory will fill up. Yeah, my inventory is full. GG! Can I drop this on top of this? Nice. I'm destroying them from the game completely. I don't know if I can do it like this, because if that's but anyway. Okay, so let's recompile 1 second and see where we are. But I think we definitely have an issue with the chest not being properly deleted when the dungeon is deleted, right? I think we have a bit of a issue there. In theory, is this loot instances, right? So there should be an add loot instance. Added already by create and location. Okay. Are we in a procedural dungeon? I don't know if this actually happens. So we need to see if this is actually happening, but it seems to me that it doesn't. So, or the name is not properly passed through for whatever reason, which is a possibility. We need to see if this happens. And we need to see if this happens. This thing will return what? Dungeon start pointer. He wants the get, right? But can I do the get if because find ref will return null, right? In cases. Let me do it a bit safer, maybe. Let me do it this way. So that we are sure that this thing is actually not crashing. Right. Ooh, by the way, guys, how are you today? I watched a bit of the Dota International. I saw very nice games, but Team Liquid looking super strong, and I think they may win. They may win the tournament at this point. I don't know. I've seen them so strong. The moment there is another team playing is Falcon versus Tundra. Tundra is winning at the moment. But let's see. Let's see. Should we do the if here as well, just to see if it's valid? Because if it's not valid, we don't add it. Now, if we don't, I mean, here is impossible because we are getting the keys, right? So well, but it may be outdated, yeah. So if it's not valid, what do we do? Yeah, let's do the same. Let's do exactly the same. Let's do exactly the same, it's safer. I don't want to crash, you know, on... let's do this only if it's valid. Yeah, if it's not valid, we don't add it to the list. Now, I still have the problem of the positioning, right? Because we are not... I mean, at the moment we go with a T-map, right? Which is very easy for extracting the data, but we don't keep track of which position is available, right? So like, for example, here, we don't know if this is available, if this is available, if this is available, right? We don't keep that. So, or we put it in a simple array, right? Or we put it in a simple array and say, is position 1 available, not available, etc., right? Which is a bit of a duplication though of the T-map, because basically I will have to do the same. I will have to keep in the array the positions, and that's kind of annoying. I mean, I can keep a parallel array that I update every time I add a new dungeon and I delete a new dungeon. I think it's reasonable this way, but I don't know if I like it, but yeah, let's say I don't know if I fully like it, but okay. I'm thinking. Where do we keep that? We keep that on Spawn Manager? Yeah, I think so. I think we keep it on Spawn Manager, and we have something like it's called get available location, get new dungeon location, right? Yeah, I think so. I think we have to do it this way. And we pass the and we pass what? We pass the dungeon owner. We pass the dungeon owner as okay. So if we do this, okay, GG. So if I do this, which by the way, it will be pretty much this, right? So here I will have to, no, let me implement it properly, you know, on the other side. Right. So basically here what we want to do something like this, but it's not really like this. So we keep an array. We keep an array somewhere with the dungeon, with the generated dungeons, and okay. I think we can do that. I'm thinking if it is the right way, but probably yes. So next to the T map, right? Where do we have the T map with the? Yeah, next to this. Right, we need a T array of what? Do we want to just flag yes or no, or do we also want to have the actual pointer to the dungeon? Because in reality we are using this only to find an empty spot, right? We will never read that. We will never read this array. We will never read this array. So I think it can be a Boolean actually. Right? Let's try to do it this way, and I think maybe enough. So I don't store the pointer to the dungeon twice, right? In two different structure, and then I have to keep it up to date and whatever. We just store if that's if that position is taken or is not taken, right? This is the only thing that I think that could be a good idea. So that array starts empty, obviously. And as soon as so here basically what I need to do, I just need to find the first available slot, right? The first slot that is actually empty. So should I pre-initialize it as yes, 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 yes? That's kind of annoying though. What is a good way of doing this? What is a good way of doing this? So if I want an array, right, that is keeping, if I want an array that is keeping the positions of my dungeons, and this one says, for example, yes is available, this is saying no is not available because there is a dungeon generated, this is yes and this is yes, right, because these are empty. So how do I generate this array? Because actually, or I pre-populate it with all the yes, or we do the opposite. We assume that is yes unless there is a value, right? We assume that is yes unless there is a value. Yeah, that's much better. Okay. In that sense, it works. So it's not available slots, is the opposite, is taken slots, right? Is slots taken or something like that. So is dungeon slots taken, right? So if we get a new dungeon location, what do? We for this thing. We for this thing for what? We for this thing and we want to see if there is an empty one, right? So we want to see if the value is no. No, if the value is not yes, right? Is the Boolean default yes or no? If I create an array of Booleans, do they start as no or do they start as yes? I think they start as no. My assumption is that the Boolean default is no. Yes, false. Which is pretty bad though, because it means that as a default, is it flagged as no? That's pretty bad. No, taken no. So we want to check if it's not taken, right? If it's not taken, we can use it, right? So if it's not taken, we can. No, fuck! I need the value actually. I need the value. Ah! Sorry, I'm messing up a bit. I'm messing up a bit. Yeah, because we need the index, right? We need the index. So if it's not taken, if it's not taken, we return. Well, actually, if it's not taken, we break and we get our I, because I think that this thing actually should be here, right? And here we break and we get whatever value we have in our I after this. And so if it's not, so assuming that the array is empty, I will get 0 as the first available slot, right? Correct. And so I can say so I can say this, right? And this becomes completely irrelevant. So, yeah. So this I think kind of works. The problem is, so let's do a run. Well, it's my day off, so I managed to tidy up, play a bit on the guitar, and do a bit of modeling. Oh, nice! Very nice. You play guitar, Marcelo? I didn't know. I have to think to my dinner though, but I want to go just a bit deeper into this. So let's do a test, right? My array is completely empty. So I didn't generate anything yet, right? So everything is available. So what happens? My dungeon slot taken is empty. I start with 0, so it is empty. So I skip everything. I arrive here with 0. I just add, multiply this by 0. So I just get the standard default location, right? So if there is already 1, then I'm getting 1 multiplied by 5,000, and so I go 50 meters up, right? Now the problem is maintaining this array, because I think this function is good, but if every time I delete or add a new dungeon, I need to keep this array valid, right? So for example, should I already block this position? I think so, right? So I think that here we should already block this lot, because we assume that this is happening, right? So I will say slot dungeon taken. Do I have a set or add? I mean, something that is adding no matter what or not? Add. Do I have a set? No. Because obviously the array may not be as big as the one that I want, right? Like in this case, the array is empty. So I have to reuse an existing slot or flag the slot, right? So how do I do that? Is there like an expand or grow? How do I set the set num? Okay, so I should ensure that my array is I plus 1, right? And hopefully if it's already at that sides, so sides the array for the new item, if any, because actually, you know, you may go inside of this that you already created a number 2, you already created number 1, and then you deleted it, right? So your array is already size 2, right? So this is what I'm saying. So this is why we have to do it this way. So we set the num, but if any, right? If needed, because it doesn't mean that it's always needed, right? Right? And then we flag the item as used, right? So we say dungeon slot taken of what? Of I, and not I plus 1, because this is not the number, it's the zero based value, right? Equal to true, right? So whenever we are calling this function, we are finding the first available slot, and then we are flagging it as used, right? So now going back here is where we create, when we create our dungeon, right? And at this point, the number of dungeons doesn't really care, doesn't really matter. Dungeon location is equal to get new dungeon location, yes. All of this is done the other side, and we are already flagging it, and then this dungeon location. Okay, so this kind of works. Now, when we do the delete, right? When we do the delete, I need another function to delete this, right? Because which is this one, remove dungeon start object. Exactly. So this one should do what? Should scan. Oh fuck, we don't know. We don't know our position. No. Oh fuck. So we need to put the array in. Okay, fine. We need to put the pointer into the array, because otherwise when we remove it, we don't know what we are searching for, right? I mean, we have it by name. Yeah, exactly. So here we have to I mean, if the name is wrong, I mean, okay, we always have to do the is valid, because otherwise, I mean, if it's not valid, we cannot remove a dungeon that is, so this is a critical error, right? So if this is not valid, there is something very broken with our logic, right? Right? So in this case, I don't know, we just log whatever, and we say, sorry, this thing is broken. Cannot remove dungeon with name percentage s, whatever. And we just return, right? But if if it is valid, right, we get the dungeon, and then what? And then before removing it, before removing it, we do what? No, why would you, wait, I have a better idea. Why we don't just keep the name, since everything goes by name, why we don't just keep the name of the dungeon in the array, right? Yeah, that's probably a better idea, actually, now that I think about it. So instead of having this shit as a boolean, right? Why we don't put the f string, which is the name, right? So that we just say, if it's not empty, right? If it's not empty, means that, right? Now, do we have the name? Do we have the name? Good question. You know what I will do? I will do this. Because anyway, that thing is useless. That thing is useless because the dungeon owner is actually a fixed object that we have here. So it's a bit useless to do this, actually. Right? That is probably better. So we do it by name. So if everything is by name, it's simpler. Now, do I know the name already here? I hope yes. Yeah, we have it. So now everything goes by name. And I think it's fine. It's exactly. Let me just check my dinner a second. I need to prepare something. Will not take much. Doing secret things. Okay, it's fine. Okay, done. Done. The dinner is cooking. Okay, so no. This is already allocating, right? Yeah, this is allocating the thing in the array. And yeah, this is allocating the thing in the array. And it is setting it in our list, right? This is doing, yeah, just that. Fine. And and now when we do the delete, right? When we do the delete, when we do the delete, I don't know, maybe we should do it inside of this actually, but yeah, I think it's better to do it here instead of creating just a new function for the deletion now. So basically what we will have to do here is let me just move this thing where it should be, because it's not a great idea to have logic in the H file, you know, because then it's harder to find. I mean if it's just returning a value, I think it's fine, but if it's more than that, right, I think it's better to have it in the CPP file. So basically here what we have to do, right, so we will have to do what? We will have to do index of by key name. So it is basically finding the key, right? It's finding the index. So it's returning a position. And so at this point, I set this position to empty, right? So when I remove it, I'm clearing up that position, right? So I don't know if I did everything right, but pretty much this will keep this parallel array, right? That is growing as the number of dungeons grows, and it will basically flag here with the name of the dungeon, right? If it's already taken or not. So now in our example, if we create dungeon 1 and then we create dungeon 2 and then we delete dungeon 1, the third dungeon will become dungeon 1 again, right? Because that will be an available slot, at least in terms of positioning. I don't know if we will delete, create and delete, but I think I like to have the flexibility, right? And I like the fact that the code is ready to accept a deletion and recreation of the dungeon as many times as we want, right? This is pretty much why I'm doing this. And plus, I think we have the other problem of the loot. So I think this time I will start in debug mode. So we see if we actually hit the breakpoint of the loot setting is instance in the proper dungeon, so that we can delete it later on. Right? Bum 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 bum. Let's go! Bum 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 bum. Super Meat Boy music is fantastic. I think I still have Super Meat Boy somewhere. Do I have Super Meat Boy on Epic or where do I have it? It's super hard game though. Did you play it? I mean, it's insane. I think I have it on Epic. Meat. Yeah, Super Meat Boy. Here it is. I played it 5 hours and 53 minutes. Not much. I don't remember if I finished it or what. But it was a very nice game. The music is insane. Music is absolutely fantastic. Okay, so what do we do now? Apart from some chests that are still there, I don't know why. Didn't we delete all the freaking chests? We will have to check that because there is something not properly working in the chests respawn, right? Because you see that some of the chests are still here and I don't know, maybe this one I didn't delete. Could be. But anyway, let's generate the dungeon and see what happens, okay? So we have few breakpoints, so probably we will time out on the client, but it's fine. So let me create, okay, this I think we let it go. Then here, yes, I want to see if dungeon name, you see, dungeon name is empty. Because here I'm creating what? I'm creating a loot item, right? But dungeon name is empty, so this is not gonna work. Why dungeon name is empty? Maybe it's set at the end. Yeah, that could be actually. Create item. Dungeon name. Yeah, it's set. I think the dungeon name may be set after this. That's very bad though. Let me see. Quality. So here we are in the generation. How do we know? We don't know. We don't know. We don't know here if we are in because before it was done by sector. Ah, crap. I think before this thing was done by sector, so wait, dungeon name empty. Dungeon name empty. Yeah, that is why. Spawn manager. Let me check this 1 second. Spawn manager. Spawn manager. I think before we were just checking the sector. Why I added create item with empty value here? That's kind of strange, huh? Wait, what I'm searching is I think inside create item. Yeah, actually I'm searching PS item. Actually I'm searching PS item. Yes, exactly. Here I added the... we were checking just the start object. And that's a very stupid idea, though. No, that is actually wrong. Because... Nah, this is not working. Okay, this is broken. I mean, it's broken. Wait. Because this function obviously works when the dungeon is fully generated, right? So, and the dungeon is fully generated after we did all the spawning of the loot and everything else. So this function will not return, I think, the proper object. Or we populate it before. What is the ad? I cannot see the ad. There should be an ad somewhere here. Ad. Okay. So set dungeon start object, right? My fear is this happens at the end of the generation. Yeah, exactly. This happens after the... Right? No, it happens before. Okay. No, it happens before. Okay, it happens before. That's very nice. So as soon as we create the item, we put it in the list, and then we populate the dungeon. Okay, nice. So all the generation is done here. So actually we have the pointer to the dungeon by name already in our array at the beginning. Okay, that's very good. That is very good. So with that in mind, right? With that in mind, what I was thinking that would fail actually doesn't fail. Okay. So if we go back to our create item, so this dungeon name by blah, blah, blah will actually work, right? This will actually work. As long as dungeon name is populated, right? And at the moment it's not. At the moment, dungeon name is not populated because... Fuck, wait a second. Come on, we can do it. One single piece doesn't want to go in. Okay. So in about 10 minutes I have to go to dinner, but I think I can come back. What time is it? 9? Yeah, I think I come back. We can maybe do another hour or so after my dinner. It's okay. So yes, so basically this dungeon name, right, is coming in empty. And it's coming in empty because create ant location actually has no idea of the dungeon name, because actually is not passed through, right? And we need it, right? So now one of the problems is that, okay, we need it, but where do we put it? So we have to change it here. Oh my God. Yeah, I have to. There is no way. I have to add it here. So B4 override quality, which is an optional parameter, right? So I will add it here. So now if I add it here, now dungeon name will actually kind of work awfully. But now all my create ant location are kind of fucked. Is there only one? Fantastic. If there's only one, it's very, very easy. Well, no, there are two. There's one here. There's one here and one here. This I think is something else. So yeah. So this one is the one that we use to place the loot in the room. And so this one now needs our dungeon thingy. And hopefully we have it, yeah, because it's actually, we are inside a dungeon here, so it's our proc name, right? So if I go here and I say proc dungeon name, exactly, that is the guy that we want, right? But then here, where am I? Here I am at server startup, right? Here I'm server startup where I am repopulating all the hunt locations in the game, which which are not the one of the dungeon. So in theory here we can pass an empty string, right? So we can say, sorry, no, you are not in the dungeon. Yeah, exactly. Okay, that is good. I think this will fix it. I think this will fix at least the initial spawn, and it will fix the association of the chest to the dungeon. Which was anyway very broken in the previous code, because the previous code was doing something weird. It was trying to I don't know. No, it's okay. This is better. This is definitely better. Okay, let's see if now we get the proper association of the loot to the dungeon. This was probably also the reason why we were seeing all the loot floating around, because they were not associated to the dungeon. So when the dungeon was deleted, those were not deleted, right? I assume. Bah, I don't know. Yeah, probably yes. But I'm not 100% sure about that. The problem is that my dinner will be ready very soon. So I will have to make a pause. By the way, I think there is an event in game starting, like every Saturday. Every Saturday we have in-game events. And today, thanks to Wordjet, which is making them. And there is one that actually started 1 second ago. Oh wow, what a timing. It started 1 second ago, so exactly at 9 p.m. my time. So if you want to join the game, you may participate to the Game Master event. Okay? And I don't know exactly what kind of event it is, but it may be fun. Okay, so let's generate our dungeon and see what happens now at this point. Dungeon name is still empty. Okay, GG. How it is possible? Ah, fuck, because I forgot to put it here. Yeah, I forgot to put it here, which is actually coming from me. Yeah, I forgot just to put it there. Let me just check one thing. This create item, right? How many instances of this we have? Oh wow, so many, bro. But they are slightly different one, because it is creating a scheduled item, right? Maybe I should rename the function, because they are different things. Yeah, this is all different stuff. I think it's only this one. Okay, my dinner is ready. I will go to dinner and I will come back in about 10-15 minutes, okay? So this is what we're gonna do. So yeah, meanwhile, if you want to join the event in game, you are very welcome to. You can download the game, it's actually free to download, and you can join the event. You can just log in and some game master will get you. You can just ask for it in chat and they will get you, okay? See you later. About 15 minutes or so. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I also have a beer and some snacks just to finish the dinner. And yeah, let me just see how the international is going. Did they finish the yep, they finished. They finished. This means that if I go here, let me check. We should be able to see the winner of the lower bracket. Actually, Tundra won the lower bracket. Okay. Not very happy about that, but fine. Fine. Okay. What we were doing? What were we doing? I don't remember. I think we finished the dungeon. We passed the dungeon name, right? And we had to recompile, I guess. Yeah, it's recompiling. We did some changes. We did some changes, so I think we passed the name to create item. Let me see what's going on in this fucking war. Has it started? No, not yet. Okay, let's see if it works. We need to see if now when I create, right, I get my dungeon name. Okay, finally. And okay, so we get the dungeon name, which is nice. Now I'm a bit locked there, but don't worry. Okay, so the dungeon got generated. This is the return portal, right? Now I have no idea if the return portal at the moment is doing anything, but yeah, probably yes, it is, because actually it was in the dungeon win. So at the moment we generated one dungeon, right? And it seems that the new code is anyway generating in the right place. which is very nice. Now I think we will do the same test that we did before. So we are going to, this is dungeon number 1, right? This one. So we are going to generate another one, which we know it will be generated on top of it. By the way, there is a chest there again. Okay, anyway. This is probably a previous one, but it's fine. So we'll generate another dungeon called Dungeon 2, right? And we don't care about this. Okay, it did not work. Because you see that it tried to generate a dungeon in the wrong position, right? It generated it in the same position as the base. Okay, why the hell that happened? So this means that our function doesn't work. Our get number of whatever is not working as expected, right? I don't know why, but we can find out. So basically, this one is not working, right? This function is not working. So we can try again. We can generate a dungeon 3, right? And see what it's trying to do. So our dungeon slot taken is actually 1. With dungeon 2, I think it's putting it always in the same position. It's a bit weird though. Dungeon slot taken. This is dungeon 2, right? So it's saying dungeon is not empty. Dungeon is not empty. So it's doing a break. How much is I? Because I remains 0. Yeah, we have to choose the next one. So I think that here we have to say, if this one is taken, right, we want to use the next one, right? Exactly, so that is why. Okay, that's kind of good. The only problem is, wait, when I... No, wait a sec. No, wait, no. Wait. This one is taken. Is not taken, it's taken because the dungeon, right, the name is there. So why? So why if I enter with 0? Because this is fucked. Exactly. If he's empty, we need to break. Not if he's not empty. If he's empty, we need to break, right? If he's empty, we need to break. Okay, GG. We have to yeah, because if he's empty, it means that he's available. And so I will use a 0, right? So, and when we run through twice, yeah, exactly. We were always putting in the same position. Okay, yeah, the code was wrong because there was a bug. There was a bug. Now we're gonna fix it. Now we're gonna fix it, my friends. Did we get the marketplace stuff or not? We did, huh? Marketplace? Yeah, we did. We did. Free for the month? Yeah, we got everything. Yeah, the modular town, I remember. Build succeeded. Okay, nice. Okay, we'll just relaunch it and see if all is fine. Pa 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 da pa dum. Pa 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 da pa. Okay. So we generate dungeon 1. Very nice. What is our dungeon 1? Huh? Where is our dungeon 1? I don't see it. Oh, yeah. Something bad happened. Something bad happened. No, I see it. Okay, the dungeon was generated. Very nice. Can I have a shortcut for the no gravity? Ah, fantastic. Okay, so here is our dungeon, right? Now we generate another one. Much better. Okay, so now we have another one. You see that they extend in different directions, but that's okay because it really depends. Like this one, like this dungeon at the bottom just decided to have a stair going like 180 degrees on the other direction and then expanded that way, while this one expanded straight, right? So, and there is a stair on that one as well. Okay, so now we're going to do the difficult thing. The difficult thing is to delete number 1 and to recreate number 1, right? So I will delete dungeon 1. Okay. And now we are going to recreate dungeon 1. And in theory it should be here and not above this one, right? Very good. Okay, this actually worked. Okay, nice. This is fantastic. Okay, good. So now we create another dungeon, which is dungeon number 3, and we expect dungeon number 3 to actually go up there, right? Can probably remove this breakpoint at this point. So if I create dungeon number 3, dungeon number 3 fucked up, or is just too far. I think dungeon number 3 fucked up. I think dungeon number 3 fucked up. Why? 0, 1. That is strange, huh? If I delete it, does it crash now? Maybe because we are in a bit of a weird position now. We will probably crash. Didn't crash? Didn't crash. Dungeon 1. What? I said dungeon 2, not dungeon 1. Dungeon 1 is deleted. Dungeon 1 doesn't exist. I think the delete is not taking the proper... wait a second. The delete... Wait, I think we have a problem with the delete. If I say delete dungeon 2, right? Can I have... Dungeon 1. What? You crazy. What do you mean? Huh? No, there's a mistake here for sure. Command blah blah blah. Create blah blah blah. Yeah. So for some reason, because the delete is not even reading the... okay, yeah. Because the delete before was working on one dungeon only, and so he had no parameter. But now we need at least the dungeon name, right? You cannot just delete. I see. I see. Okay. So this is a... but still, I think there is something wrong, yeah? But it's starting to work kind of okay. If it's less than 2, six. If it less than 2, we can say delete needs at least one parameter, the dungeon name, right? And then we have to read... yeah, because it was keeping in memory the previous one, pretty much. This is what was happening there. We get the number 2 because it's actually the first after the command. Yep. Okay, this should work a bit better. But still, I think the fact that we got the number 3 in the wrong position, right? That's strange. So what did we do? We created... So we created 1, then we created 2, then we deleted 1, then we recreated 1, and then we tried to create 3, but for whatever reason 3 came on top of 2, right here. This is the sequence that this is what we did, right? So in theory, at the first allocation, array 0 should be with a name. Here it should be 2 names. Here it should delete this thing. Here he properly recreated it. So in theory, this should be fine. But then when he tried to do this, in theory here, our array was filled up with 2 elements. Our array was filled up with 2 elements, right? So yeah, so our array was filled up with 2 elements. So in theory here it should have got... so 0 is not empty, and so it would go again, right? 1 is not empty, and it goes again. 2 is empty. Well, actually 2 Ah, fuck. Ah, okay, that's the mistake. Because two, because the array is lower than two. So we reach the end of the array without any available position. And so if that happens, we actually need to do +1. Yep. Yep. Is this only if the array is? I think if what? Because I cannot do +1 all the time, right? I have to do +1 only in case I reach the end of the array and I didn't find an empty slot in between, right? Do I need but how do I do this? How do I do this? Because the array may be full. I mean, I may have two slots, right? I may have two slots, and the first one is busy, but the second one is empty, and the array is already sized this way, right? So in this case, I will find an empty slot, which is also the last one, and so my I will get out of it with I equal to 1. Which is basically the same case if my array is filled with 2 and I get out with the I of 1, right? So yeah, that's really a problem. I think we have to do this. And if right? If not empty found, right? If not empty found, we increment I by 1. Because it means that the array is full and I have to put and I have to create a new level, right? Outside of the yeah, exactly. I think this will work better than what we had. Okay, I think that is probably good. That is good, boys. Pam 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 param pam. Para pa pam. Para pam para pam. That'd be weird. Now the character is born before the because it's selected, right? Okay, we create our dungeon 1. Here it is. I see it. Okay, we are not in the right thingy. Do you have a teleport to dungeon? No, I don't. What the fuck? Ah! No! Yeah, now if the array is fully empty. Fuck. Now if the array is fully empty, we are adding 1. No. I mean, if the array has 0, if the array has 0 slots, right? Oh my god, it's so annoying. That is so annoying. Okay. It's so fucking annoying. Okay, so if the array is fully empty, so if the num is 0, we are actually fine to use the 0, right? If it's different than 0, then we do this mess. Right? Otherwise, find the proper empty slot. Empty slot. Cannot type because I'm sitting in a stupid way. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that was not working just for the first one. Epic Games. Epic Games. Okay. I just want to see this thing working and then I can call it a day, but I just want to see this multi-dungeon working properly. Pam, pa, pam, pam. Come on, come on. I feel it could be the right time. I feel it. This could be the run. This could be the run of the drum roll. Could be, could be, could be. Could be. It could be the victory run. Okay. Dungeon. Nice. Okay, this one was created. It was actually created in the right place. Finally. Now, the second dungeon. Second dungeon. Dungeon number 2. Okay, we did it. I mean, it's very far away, but yeah, I think it's better if it's a bit far. I mean, it's fine. Now we are going to delete. Is it too far? I mean, did it skip one slot, or do you think it skipped one slot? Oh fuck. It's different than 0, right? It's different than 0. Empty found, false. Go through all the thingy. He's searching for a slot. The slot taken, they are all taken, right? Because this thing only has one element. They are all taken, so he's never coming. He's never coming here. So he's arriving here with I equal to 0. So he's doing +1. Yeah, it's correct actually. I don't know. It looks like higher than before, but maybe it's because before we had I don't know. It looks higher than before. No. I think it does. Okay, let's try to delete dungeon 1. I think it looks higher than before, but anyway. Dungeon delete dungeon 1. Okay, that is pretty good. Now we create again dungeon 1. Okay. Good. Now we create again dungeon 2, and it should tell us that is impossible. Okay, dungeon already generated. Okay, fantastic. Now we create dungeon 3. We may not see it because it's too far. No? No. Dungeon 3 was actually... Why? Huh? No? Well... Dungeon 3 was generated, but I don't know where. Dungeon 3 was generated. I think this distance is too much. Okay, let me try to delete number 2. Ouch. Yeah, there is a mistake somewhere, because now deleting number 2, we actually fucked up. Slot taken. Okay, let me see the slot taken. So we have dungeon 1 empty and dungeon 3, because yeah, we deleted number 2, right? And wait, position, dungeon slot taken, index off by name. It doesn't find them. Why doesn't it find dungeon 2? That's a bit weird, huh? Why? Why? If needed, size the array for the new item. Yes. I don't understand how we didn't assign. No, something bad happened. I don't know what happened. Something bad happened. Something bad happened. I multiplied by 5,000, right? And I cannot be 0. I mean, it can be 0 at the beginning, but then it's always... I don't know, I have some error in this logic, boys. I don't know why, but I have some error in this logic. I can ask ChatGPT if he can find the error in the code and see what it's saying. We can try. I mean, when we remove it, we just set as empty the yeah, exactly. Should be no problem. I don't understand what is. I don't understand what is wrong. But for sure there is a bug. Okay, let's do it step by step. Let's do it step by step. Dungeon 1, create. We enter here. This is empty. So we go here directly, exactly. Dungeon location. And I is 0, and so we set the dungeon name, right? So we have the dungeon name 1 in position 0. Okay, easy. So our dungeon is generated. And it's generated at position 0, right here. So up to now, everything is good. Now we try to generate dungeon 2, and this was already a bit fishy. So let's see. Let's see if I generate dungeon 2. Right? Dungeon 2, this is not empty. I enter here. The first one is taken. What? If taken is empty. Oh no, okay. And empty is not found, okay, because the array is full, and so at the moment I is no, there is a mistake. What? It is wrong. I should be 1. Okay, wait a second. My array has one element only that is called dungeon 1, okay? I check if the number is different than 0. Yes, it's different than 0. I set empty found equal to nothing. Then my for starts, right? Why? No, wait. I need to start from here. Wait. Sorry, why is plus plus I and not I plus plus? What? Huh? What? What? Why? What? Sorry, why went to the break if taken was... Why? But if I do the standard, if I do for I... This motherfucker. If I do for I and I let him expand automatically, is expanding it with the I++ before, eh? So he will wait at the end of the for, he will... This is confusing me. Huh? Why he automatically expands with plus plus I instead of I++? Why? Why? Why all these guys have been expanded this way? Why? Why? Does it make a difference? Sorry, but I think I'm going a bit crazy here. I think I'm going a bit crazy. I think I'm going a bit crazy, huh? 0, 1, 2. 0, 1, 2, right? 0, 1, 2. No, it's exactly the same. It's not making any difference. Then why? Why is expanding it the other way and not the standard way, huh? Why is expanding it the other way? It's exactly identical. Doesn't make any difference. So why? I don't want to expand it the other way. I mean, all these things are all standard. Why we should do it the other way? But anyway, in theory, it doesn't make any difference. So if it doesn't make any difference, then why that was wrong? Why I was getting 2? I mean, why is taken is empty? Why taken is empty was going here, right? But it was not going here. I think it was just going into the break. I think it was just, I don't know why the breakpoint looked like it was going here, but it was not, right? So it was basically restarting. And then it was doing plus plus. So I was going to 1, right? I goes to 1. And but then here I'm executing this and I'm doing 2, but I don't want to do 2, I want to do 1. So why I added this? Because it was the case in which I had an element that was already deleted. But it doesn't seem to be the case though. Why? Because this I++, right? This I++ is actually executed, right? At the end of the 4. So in fact, you see that I became 1. So why then it was not working before? In case one element was deleted, so if the first element was deleted, I was saying empty found equal to true because that was empty. And I was not at, no, I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe something else happened, but it doesn't make any sense. If the I++ happens, I'm already at element 1. So here I'm multiplying 1 by 5,000. I'm getting my dungeon in the position 2. Arr. Arr, 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 arr. Something bad is happening here. I don't know why. I don't know what is going on, guys. Because I think I added this empty found because I said if the array is full, then I need to add 1 because this is not getting executed, right? But it's not true. Did I saw it wrong or what? Maybe I saw it wrong. I don't know. I don't know. Can you help me, guys? There is a very simple programming problem. Very simple. But we are getting delayed by that. What is the deletion? But I don't think the deletion is doing nothing else than just emptying the slot. So I think the logic is good. It's just the code that I wrote that is broken. The logic is good. The idea to keep a separate array with the positions, I think is good. It's perfectly fine. It's actually a good idea. Come on, engine. It's super slow. Yeah, that is why making a game like this requires like 20 people, 100 people, not one. But anyway. Okay, so here we get the freaking thing, right? And we get dungeon 1 in the right position. So the first is always right. The first one is always correct, right? Then the problem is the set. So this is our first dungeon. And by the way, it's going up by 1 level. Okay. Now we need the second one. Right? Dungeon number 2. So dungeon number 2, it will not find anything empty. So it will, because if it does the break, it's not doing the +1. No, it's doing it. It's doing it. And then it's correct. Yes, in fact, dungeon number 2 is correct. Okay. So now we delete dungeon 1. And it got deleted. Okay. Now we recreate dungeon 1. Now, our slot taken should be 2 slots. Yeah, exactly. So can you find the empty, please? Okay, you find the empty. You break out. So we are at 0. So it's correct. It's correct. So we recreated the dungeon. Exactly. We recreated the dungeon here. Fantastic. Okay, so it works. So now if we create dungeon number 3, can you please put it on top? Dungeon number 3. So now we have 2. No! Why deleted the second? Why deleted number 1? Huh? You deleted the second. What? Who did that? Fuck it. No, now we'll be wrong. It's this shit. I'm deleting it myself because I'm stupid like a turtle. Because this should be done only if we are exceeding, right? Yeah. I'm stupid like whatever. So this, yeah, I'm deleting it myself. I'm deleting the number 2 myself here. Because I'm setting the total array number. I have to do it only if is needed, right? I also wrote it here, if needed. So only if the size of the array is lower than that. So only if this thing num, right, is lower than what? Is lower than I plus of I plus 1. So if the size of my array is lower than, by y plus 1, because it's the num is not 0 based. Yeah. Yes, because we were deleting the second array because we were setting it wrong, right? So okay, so I think now this is fixing that case. Because there are so many cases, right? The array is empty, array is null, array does. There are so many cases, but fine. Perhaps ChatGPT can help. Maybe. Let me try with the error that was just there. I will say I have this code. Where is the error? So the mistake was that I did not have this, right? I did not have. Yeah, exactly. I did not have this. Okay, let's see what it's saying. The code looks mostly correct, but there are a few potential issues and improvement to consider. Uninitialized dungeons load taken. Okay, that's true, but it's another function, so it doesn't know. Potential issue with indexing. After the loop, you assume that the value of I is a valid index, but if all the slots in the dungeon taken are full, I will be equal to dungeon taken log num. This can lead to an invalid access overriding an intended element. You should ensure that the array has enough space to separately assign dungeon slot taken. When you resize dungeon slot taken, ensure you don't reduce the size. Ah, he got it. Is this one? Is this one? He actually got it. He actually got it. This one was the error. Let me see how we fixed it. Let me see how we fixed it. Ah, he's doing it differently. He's doing it this way. Okay. But I don't understand the first error. He's saying after the loop, you assume that the value of I is a valid index, right? But if all the slots in the dungeon are full, I will be equal to dungeon taken num. If all the slots are full, I will be equal. No, because yes. This can lead to an invalid access of an intended element. If all the slots are full, if all the slots, because I run through here, right? And this one is always +1 compared to the zero index total of this. So yes, it will be equal to num, right? If all the slots are full, it will be equal to num. And so it's saying if you come out of here, I will override the last. And he's saying if the dungeon are slot are full, we need to append a new item. Yeah, the problem is that if we append a new item without setting the I properly, it is not gonna work too much, no? Because I already did the +1 anyway. I think he may be right. I think he may be right, actually. I think he may be right. I think he may be right. I changed the code like this to take into account the resides of the array in case the array is full. Bro. No, that is wrong. Now this one is wrong. Because it's the one that is deleting the element. So now it's fucking up. I mean, he detected that now it's fucking up. I mean, this is wrong because we saw that it's wrong. We saw that this is wrong. We saw it. But basically what he's suggesting is to add an element inside of here, right? But only if it's full. What is doing? Only if I is equal to num. So only if I reached basically the end of the array. But I don't agree that when you exit from the for, you are always at the num, right? Because sorry, but what we said this, right? Ah, fuck, I deleted it. Shit. Why I deleted it? No. So do we exit from here? So if the size is 3, right? If the size is 3, right? If the size is 3, what do you mean? You see, it is not correct because when you exit, it's not equal to num. Is equal to num plus 1 because here our num is 2. Ah no, sorry. Our num is 3. And the final value is always 3. So I'm always at the element level, right? Yes, I am. I'm always at the so unless I have an empty space, and if I have an empty space, I think I'm good because I'm taking the I that is actually the current slot. And here I am expanding the array only if it's needed, right? So I'm not deleting stuff anymore. What he's saying is that if the array is fully empty, if it is full, right? If I already have 2 dungeons and I'm trying to create the third, this number will be 2, and I will exit from here with number 3. No, we'll exit from here with number 2, right? And I will then set, no, I think it's correct, bro. I think it's correct. Because I exit with 2. Sorry, it doesn't make any sense. This comment, I don't think it makes any sense. Wait a second. Let's start from 0. Let's start from scratch. There is my code. Do you see an error? No, because I set it just later, so it's not a problem. So this problem that he's seeing here, I'm just setting. What? He didn't do anything. What did he do? Set num. What? He didn't do any changes. He didn't do any changes. What do you mean updated code? Your updated code is identical to mine. Or am I missing something? You are absolutely correct. The code is identical, bro. You didn't do any changes. You're speaking since 1 hour and you didn't do any changes to my code. What do you mean? You are putting doubts in my mind that don't exist. It's saying, you are correct. Upon my review, my updated version is identical to yours. Bro, and then why you say that you changed it? I mean, this ChatGPT is completely fucked. But he got the first error. The first error, he got it. He was actually wrong. And he got it. And he got it right. Because I was actually resizing the array in all cases, even if it was not needed. So that was a good catch. But you know, if the AI is telling you one thing's right and one thing's wrong, then what do you do with it, right? So you may end up anyway doing a lot of mistakes in any case. So I don't know. Okay, so this is our dungeon 1. Right? This is our dungeon 1. Now we create dungeon 2. Right? And up to here everything was working fine. Exactly. Fantastic. Now I want to delete, and dungeon 2 is up there. Okay. Now I want to delete dungeon 1. Okay, it worked fine. Now I want to recreate dungeon 1, which hopefully will be different because they are dynamically procedurally generated. Okay, I want to see what happens now. Huh? 1 second. Okay. Fantastic. It worked perfectly. Okay, so I have my now dungeon 3. Oh my god, dungeon 3. Oh my god, dungeon 3 is the one that we always fucked up. Okay, dungeon 3. Now we have the 2 that are full, right? So this will never go to okay, looks good. Looks good. 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, we have the 3 dungeons. Fantastic. We have the 3 dungeon, boys. We have the 3 dungeons. Okay, we can continue to delete stuff and add stuff and see if it works, but I think that now is working. So ChatGPT was 50% right. Modify. Let me just delete these chests that are left since whatever. So ChatGPT was 50% right. Oh my god. 50% is not really enough. Okay, let's try to do more delete and addition and see what happens. So we have 3 dungeons, 1, 2, and 3. If I go too far, I will not see them, but okay, let's try to delete number 2. So dungeon delete dungeon 2. Okay. Now we delete dungeon 1. Okay. Now we recreate dungeon 1. Dungeon 1. I think I can remove this thing, because now I think it's working. Okay, recreated dungeon 1. So now we have 1 and 3. So let's create, I mean, obviously, if now I create a dungeon 4, right? If I create dungeon 4, it will put it in the empty position of dungeon 2, right? Which anyway is okay. I mean, it's fine. So if I create dungeon 4, it will put it here in the middle, right? Which is perfectly fine. Okay. So now, now what we want to do? Now what we want to do, we want to create the portals that are bringing us to these places, right? So I go here. I go here. And I start to drop the portals. Do I have portals? No. Magic portal. So I spawn 3 portals, okay? I spawn 3 different portals. I put 1 portal here. I put 1 portal here. And I put 1 portal here. Okay? Now they're not very easy to recognize because they're all identical. But anyway. So now we will script that this portal, which is the one, yeah, outside, right? Looking outside. So I will script this portal to bring me to dungeon number 1, right? Then I will script this portal to bring me to dungeon number 4, which is actually the second, right? And I will script this portal to bring me to dungeon number 3, which is actually the third one, right? Okay. So now if I go through this, fuck, what happened? No, we crashed. Why we crashed? What the fuck? Start dungeon object. Dungeon name. D name? No, what do you mean D name? No. Okay, so there is another problem. So there is the. Okay, so why didn't we test this yesterday? No, no, probably not. I mean, obviously the name is not correct, right? Because the name is the name is the parameter name. The parameter name, right? Is the parameter name, is not the real dungeon name, so that's fucked up. But at least the generation works, eh? So this go to dungeon, right? This go to dungeon. You see that? You see this D name? So why D name is not substituted here with param 0? Why D name is not substituted with param 0? Huh? Why? Because I read it without a math expression? Yeah, probably yes. Because I read it. Okay, 1 second then. 1 second. Param 0. This thing is so hard to read. I don't know why they did it this way. It's so annoying. Can I have it in a way that I can actually see the script? Maybe like this. I need param 1. I need get armor. I think I know. I think I understand the problem. So like if I go duration, wait a second. Duration. Get attribute duration. So it is apply, right? It is apply. Get attribute. Applicative script create. No, but like name, right? Name. There is a good example, right? This is getting substituted with param 0, right? So name, exactly, but why name is then not calculated? Huh? Apply. Applicative script, create top. Here is only doing get attributes, so. No, I don't understand. I'm confused. I'm confused. I'm confused. Script name, but if this is a parameter thing, it will not work. What do you mean? There it is. Okay, wait a second. Attempt to find the name in the math event. It might be set by let. It might be set by let. So this is doing it when it's actually applying the script. Name var. Okay. Okay. Okay, so okay, yeah, exactly. He's not translating it for whatever reason. By the way, this should not crash. This should return. Okay, dungeon name. Okay, so here we need to say okay, now I'm not 100% sure, but let's say 99. So now in theory it should do the translation, right? So the name should be translated properly. Should be translated properly. I just want to see that we go into these dungeons. We go into these dungeons parametrically. But it's kind of working, huh? It's not working, but nearly there. I think it's nearly there, boys. Nearly there. Now with that, I think we still need the save and load of the dungeon. I think I have to add to the dungeon the capability to save to disk and reload from disk. Maybe without the... No, with everything, I think. Monsters, loot, traps, everything. Okay. I think we will not do the deletion anymore. I mean, the deletion is not really needed at this point. In theory, 3 portals are still there. Yes, they are. They may conflict with the new dungeon that I'm going to create, but fine. Okay, let's create the 3 dungeons. Dungeon number 1. Now, obviously, the dungeon is generated differently, so now these portals are a bit in a stupid place. I can pick them up and reposition them. Also because they did not save the parameters, right? Because those at the moment are not saved. You see, there is no parameter here. Okay, I can pick them up. Where are the others? Here. We can put them again. By the way, if you try to go through, yeah, it's saying just that the portal is not active, right? Which is very nice. There was a problem at the beginning. Okay, so we have dungeon 1 generated. And maybe let's just try with 1 dungeon for now, so I don't spend time doing stuff that anyway. So let's do it with 1 dungeon, right? So there is portal number 1. I want to associate this portal to dungeon number 1. So I go here and I say dungeon 1. Okay. Now, if I go through it, right? If I go through, we will breakpoint here, hopefully, and we will see. Well, actually, before var name here, we will breakpoint here, and we will see if this var name has been substituted, right? Okay. Var name is dungeon 1. Okay, it worked. It actually worked. So yeah, you see, it brought me inside dungeon 1. Now I'm in a stupid position, whatever, because because my gravity fucked up. But he brought us into the dungeon. Now, did he brought us in the right spot? Yeah, it did. I think it did, right? Well, let me try again. So I will remove the breakpoint because we don't need it. It seems to be working anyway. So the transformation from the parameter to the actual name is correct. Yeah, it's bringing me perfectly here. Okay, good. This is very, 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 very nice. So now we want 2 more portals, right? And 2 more dungeons. So we want portal number 2 and portal number 3, right? Now, if I name this guy Dungeon 2, even if the dungeon is not there, and I try to go through, he will tell me that it's not active. Okay, perfect. Yeah, this effect is because we are is a fuck up in the gravity. Okay, so now this is dungeon number 2, and this will be dungeon number 3, right? Dungeon number 3. Okay. So now we generate the new dungeons because we don't have dungeon 2 and dungeon 3 yet. So we will dungeon window and we say, hey, please, can you create a dungeon 2? Maybe with 15 rooms, you know, a bit bigger. Go. And here it is. And now we create also dungeon number 3. Maybe with 25 rooms, very big. Boom. So it crashes everything. No, it didn't. Okay, that's the other dungeon up there. It's quite bigger. So now, if I go through this, I want to go. Why there is no collision? Okay, it's no collision because it's set as no collision, I guess. Okay, now it's collision. Now we can walk on it. But anyway, it's the same. So if I go through this, I should arrive in dungeon number 2. To be sure that it is really dungeon number 2, let's go outside and see if we have another dungeon up. Yes, we do. So this is actually dungeon number 2, boys. And now we go to dungeon number 3. And this helmet, bro. What I'm doing? Okay, so we go inside dungeon number 3. And to test if we are really inside dungeon number 3, we go up and we should be at the top dungeon. Yes, we are. So everything works. Yay! Everything works. Fantastic. 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 Okay, this is very good. Now, what is missing? Well, one thing that it seemed that it was still not working was the removal of the loot, right? The removal of the loot. So if I delete the dungeon, let me check if dungeon 2 has loot, but I'm pretty sure he has loot. The final room can be probably this one or the one next. Let me go down here. I'm going down 10 meters. Let me see if there is loot here. No. Okay. So it may be in this last room. Maybe here actually. Yes, there is loot. Okay, that is a loot chest, right? It was the one that was not deleted before, but I did some changes. So now let's try to delete this dungeon, which actually I don't know which one is it. Is this one number 2 or what? This one is number 3 actually. This one is number 3. Okay. So if we dungeon delete dungeon 3. It was not 3? What do you mean? Ah, no, it was not 3. This was 2. Okay, fuck it. Anyway. Yeah, sorry, it was 2. Okay, we deleted the other dungeon. It's fine. It's fine. So if we look at this loot, right? And now we delete dungeon 2. I want to see that loot going away. Okay, it does. So I think that now is clean. Also the deletion is clean. The deletion is clean. Everything is clean. Fantastic. Now the portals are remaining, but okay, this is very, 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 very nice, guys. I think that we did a good step forward. We really did a good step forward because I mean, I don't have a list here. And now, okay, the return portal. Well, the return portal is actually defined. The return portal, I think the return portal is working, but it's sending you wherever you wanted to, you know, wherever. So dungeon. So if I recreate dungeon 1, right, with only 6 rooms, and you see this is the return location, right? So I mean, I can change it. So I can change it to, for example, the north gate of Idla. Okay, so this is the north gate. Now it's not very easy to do it with numbers, I understand, but I may think to a better way in the future. So if I create my dungeon 1 now, and I go in the main room where I have the return portal, right? This one. And I go through it. I'm expecting to go in the north door of Idla. It's taking time to load because the level is pretty big. And also because we're in debug mode. Perfect. Exactly. So yeah, so I think everything works pretty much. Everything works. Amazing. 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 Everything works. So I think that we actually did this. We actually did this. Did we? Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. We did. We can have 3 portals now with different difficulty for 3 different dungeons. And we can have the newbie one, you know, the medium one and the veteran one. And they can have, now it probably would be nice if the portal itself is a different color, but I would say that it's okay. I would say that it's okay. Okay, nice, guys. I think that's all I wanted to do today. It's been no, it's been great. We did what we wanted to do, and yeah. Now we need to think if we want to release. But before, let me just pick up this stuff because this guys otherwise will stay here forever. Yeah, I think we have it, boys. We have it. We have it. Okay, I think I'm going. So thank you for watching, and see you soon. Tomorrow I will be here around 4 p.m. If you want to click on follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube, that would be very nice because it's actually helping us, and for you it's free. So if you can do it, I would really appreciate. And if you want to do a bit more, we also have a Patreon site, which actually is patreon.com/planeshift, right? And here you can get some content and stuff. You can get some new posts, some special videos, and some exclusive pictures and other stuff of the game that maybe you don't get normally. And all the money that we get goes into the usually goes into commissions, right? But anyway, to help the game grow. So yep, thank you guys, thank you everyone, and see you next time. Bye bye, see you. Find the number of player for being inside the 3 dungeons. Yes, that at the moment I don't have an easy way to do it, but I think we may think to a way. But yes, at the moment I cannot. But would be nice. Will be very, very nice. Bye bye.